Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin, and welcome back to another session of Deathless. All content, fire spells only. Routing. Before we begin, since I'm late, I do apologize for that. I had a lot of technical issues I had to deal with, and I just could not step away to warn anyone when this was happening, so I kind of just had to handle things real quick. Since I am late, let's check chats really quickly. Cool. Okay. The only one I see is Mr. Jason. Welcome on in, Mr. Jason. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. All coin tent. I don't know if I want to use it that often. Like a coin tent in other contexts, sure. Coin tent in the title, I think the hitless, deathless community might have some words with me about that. Before we begin, let's play the camera minigame, and let's take just a moment to thank our wonderful contributors during this month's cycle. These placards, which I do read at the start of each and every stream. If you guys want your names on these, all you have to do is chuck some change at me. This is the smallest way I have to thank people who like my work enough to, support me either through the subscription purchase or maintenance or direct line donation. But either way, why don't we go ahead and start the reading. While there are no current subscribers at this time, I would like to thank those who have subscribed or have gifted subscriptions in the past. I would like to continue to thank Mr. Gorda Goku for his maintenance of the Valkyrie tier membership over on Patreon. I would also like to thank Mr. Rasby the Player for their continued maintenance of a Valkyrie tier coffee membership over on Coffee. Anyone who is, maintaining subscriptions or memberships, please do enjoy all the wonderful perks and privileges that come along with those memberships. While I do not have any one-off contributions during this month's cycle, I would like to thank people who have done it in the past. While there are no bells or frills or whistles, this is one of the more direct ways to support yours truly if you like my work. So with that being said, thank you. Direct donations do mean more than words could say. So with that, let's load up the game, shall we? Mr. Jason says, although not monetary, you support me for me. The content is a welcome bonus, good sir. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. Trust me, you do more for me than I could express in words. I do mean that. So, just to recap what happened last time, we went through the last year ruins. We showed off one of my most hated enemies in the game, the Royal Revenant. After that, we managed to get into we made our way to the village of the Albinorix after a lot of time has passed. It took us a long time to defeat certain enemies. We wiped face a few times to the Omen Killer and Thief Taker Akashio, and we also advanced several quests. Oh, it seems the kickbots, or I'm sorry, what? Uh-oh, Kick is not liking this. I might need to refresh. I might need to refresh the combined chat here. 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna have to do something administrative. Hang on. Oh, yeah, it's time for me to log back in. No wonder some things were not functional. I gotta re-sign into Kick again. 1 second. There we go. And then we come over here to my dashboard. Oh, no, it's... okay. Interesting. That's weird. I guess it still shows up in the combined chat doc. That's what's going on. Alright, well, I'm glad I did that anyway for different reasons. Let's catch up on chat again. Mr. Jason says you still remember January. You bought a Nintendo Switch 2 dock set because you wanted to have a way to connect your Nintendo Switch 2 to your PC monitor just for the convenience of having your desk at a good height for using mouse mode with the Nintendo Switch 2 Joy-Con 2. But now you're wanting to get a second monitor as you don't want to take up your main monitor. Yay, more expense. Yay for office setups. Yes. Mr. Jason says, and this is most surprising to people who know you well, but while you cannot buy it yet, you actually found a monitor that was less than 4 digits. Indeed. Mr. Jason says, that Revenant seems to be a royal pain, eh, Mr. Coin? Ah, yes. A right royal pain, that. Okay. Sorry, bunches of administrative things happened all at once. So, we unfortunately had to stop here, before moving on, but there is something I want to take care of. Like, we're gonna make it to the Grace site ahead, and then there is actually something I need to go back, toward the village of the Albinorics or the Folly on the Lake and just take care of it. It's something that's gonna be... It's much easier for me to do it there as opposed to when we actually get to these particular creatures. You know, it's going to be a lot harder to get a codex entry. Mr. Jason says, you sure can't wait to eventually see the Burger Monarchs. I did show them. I did show what some of them looked like, but you mean the ones in the academy, don't you? You mean like non-base game I'm sorry, base game Burger Monarchs, right? Like that's very specific language for you. Frick, I did not want to trigger the cavalcade there. I'm trying to like think of how I want to best do this. Maybe like this, something like that. Yeah, that's a lot better. The marionette soldiers, which is what these are, like to uncontrollably spasm out. And when they do that, they were getting ready to. They would have had lots of hyper armor. not only would they have had lots of hyper armor, but it would have just been very hard for me to get any kind of damage in. See, this is a perfect example, except when the archer, the marionette soldiers that have short bows do this, it's not as bad. When the ones with, like, swords or spears do it, it's worse. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir, can't wait to see the Burger Monarch Academy. Yeah, okay, you see, you were very specific there. Mr. Jason says, your character is perfect, good sir. They are always fired up for battle. That's true. We are fired up for battle. I always have my arsenal of spells with me. So I can always put enemies to the torch at any given time. That much is true. We've got 3 of you. Really? There are lots of enemies in this game. Most of the time, I can handle them. It's a matter of it's very dangerous to be swarmed by these. Lots of enemies have really good swarming tactics in Elden Ring, and so it is just it can be very difficult to keep up if you're overwhelmed. Now I have it easy. This build has it easy with the Flame of Frenzy, or even before that, right? I can do like this number here and kind of do like a pseudo pinwheel effect. But if I were to do, say, lightning spells, well, I would have a very, very difficult time time dealing with large swaths of enemies until like late game. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Title sees Nintendo. Mr. Jason, sorry. Sees Nintendo Life article titled, The next Harvest Moon game, Echoes of Terradia, has been announced for Switch 1 and 2. Mr. Jason, nice. I'm sure that it will be good for people who enjoy that. But yay! Another probably soulless Husk game banking on the goodwill that Harvest Moon had before the split. Probably, yeah. I do feel sad about Harvest Moon, and the state that franchise was in. I get it. Companies sell out. They run out of money. They want like a consistent, steady stream of money, which is what the push for live service is about. It's what this push for not owning anything is. Companies want to be able to increase their monthly revenue. I get that. I don't like it, but I get it. And usually when this type of thing happens, in my experience, it's almost always because, even if the company might be eating okay, sometimes the individual people within it aren't eating well for one or more reasons, and so they sell. Companies make them an offer they, quite frankly, can't refuse. And when that happens, and inevitably someone who cares more about profit takes over, well, and more exclusively about profit, let me put it that way, your result is, the result tends to be enshittification. Selectively and purposely making things worse just enough to keep people playing, or to prevent people from leaving. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason is looking forward to the next story of seasons, good sir. I can't blame you. I would like to see a lot of old franchise games get have the ground underneath their feet again. But that requires ideology and politics getting out of games that also requires people not being greedy, you know, scum-sucking scumbags to make that happen, I think. Mr. Jason says, ah, yes. Mr. Coin and the good sir, Mr. Rasby, know all too well of offers that can't be refused. Yes, I mean, look at Notch, right? I believe that's his name. You know, the guy who originally made Minecraft, regardless of what you think of him. And I don't think very highly of him. He was putting a lot of polish into games that he was making, and then Microsoft came to him with an offer that, well, quite frankly, it would have been stupid to refuse. That's usually what an offer that you can't refuse means. You would be stupid to refuse it, unless of the you can't refuse it. People, that's just for simplification. That is for gross oversimplification, so that people can transmit that type of idea on through a short 8-word meme or a short 5-second video clip or something. That way you're not having to conjure anything incredibly difficult into your mind. Now, what the heck am I trying to do? There are two very specific things I am doing. Mr. Jason says, that reminds you, good sir, since you were born before all the pronoun thing, you've never really attached to it, but you can respect if people want it. But you just wish that you could choose he, him, she, her, they, them, or prefer not to disclose. Oh, yeah, you're definitely not caught up. Did you know there are neopronouns? Z, zer, zay, them, fee, fi. And definitely not no faux fum anywhere. Yeah, there are neopronouns too. Regardless of what people think, those are their pronouns. If you have issues with pronouns, this is usually my advice to anyone, and this is not a substitute for respecting people's pronouns. It is if you just legitimately cannot wrap your head around it, cool, use their name. You know, use the name they give you. If, I don't know, Jimmy says, hi, I'm Jimmy, I use, you know, Zer pronouns, or they, them, they, them pronouns, and you just can't wrap your mind around that for whatever reason, it is always free to just call them Jimmy. If they introduce themselves as Jimmy, then just find a way to make the sentence structure work so that you're always referring to this person by name and never by a pronoun, if you can at all help it. At least until you get used to it, or you've had time to practice more. That's not disrespect. That is well, rather than my mindset for this is rather than dead gender or dead name someone, you know, just I'm showing you some sort of due respect by saying the name that I can say, and I'm less likely to trip over it. Some people just... You've got to give people an out, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Mr. Jason says, makes notes. Mr. Jason is definitely sheltered. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, Mr. Jason was disappointed slightly with the story of Seasons of Wonderful Life due to the forced pronouns. When you say forced, what do you mean? Do you mean a choice? Or do you mean other people refer to you by, I think, if I'm remembering the game you're talking about, I think it was that no character was referred to using pronouns. I could be incorrect about that, but I remember there being a game that came out, and their approach to pronouns was to just not... Everyone was they, them. Mr. Jason says you get he, him, she, her, or they, them, and couldn't play the game if you didn't go with one. Well, in fairness, I do think that those particular pronouns cover 90% of the cases out there. It's like the really small minority, and neo-pronouns are constantly changing all the time. It took a while for, Z, Zem, and Fey, Fem to be adopted. It took a while. Then it took another while before other pronouns entered the picture. Let me not do this. There's like something very specific I'm trying to shoot for here. It's gonna be weird until I can deal with this. It also doesn't help that I'm getting chased after. Okay, I may be able to eat a row of raisin here. Yeah, there we go. Mr. Jason says you agree. You were just born before pronouns. Right. My proposal would be to include 5 options. 3 of them you can code for pretty effectively, and 2 of them would get a more like a generic option. You've got he, her, she, he, him, she, her, they, them, and there should be dialogue and options around those 3 things. Other is treated as though they, them is the option used, or being a pronoun, I guess, as in not a pronoun but a pronoun, like one word, like not using pronouns. There are a couple people out there that don't use pronouns, like they just don't. They use their name. They only refer to themselves with their name, only in third person. And, it's like talking to a Khajiit from Skyrim, where they will refer to themselves as this one, or, they will use first-person pronouns like I when they get to know someone a bit better. There we go. I think I found the correct direction. I'm looking for Crystallian is what I'm doing. I'll just come out and say it. I've been kind of tap dancing around it. I'm looking for a very specific monster to go after, because if I kill this monster out here in the field, I won't need to try to mark a boss that shows up later. There are multiple Crystallian bosses, and it is much easier to get this one loose in the field. I just have to remember where this is. I might need to go look it up if I'm being honest. Mr. Jason says indeed. Mr. Jason enjoys referring to Mr. Jason as Mr. Jason. Are you a fan of Khajiits then, by chance? The cat people from like the Elder Scrolls lore. Do you like the way they talk? I happen to be a huge... You've never heard of them? Oh my goodness. You've got to look them up. And literally go to the Elder Scrolls wiki. Now, is there a particular version of Khajiit I would recommend listening to? Yeah, that would be the Skyrim one. But Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason is absolutely sheltered. It's time to take Mr. Jason out of the shelter so that he can experience the wonderful auditory, like textured sounds that are voice acting from other titles. Yes, please do go look up. What is it? You could just say Skyrim, Khajiit, Khajiit, I think is the spelling. Let me make sure I've got that correct, actually. Yes. Khajiit. K-A-J-I-I-T, Khajiit, voice line. Something like that. Ow. I bit my tongue. What's up, Mr. Jason? Where are these Crystallians? Hold on. Okay, I gotta whip out the old search engine. Mr. Harvest Moon Echoes of Terradia has the Pokemon Switch game grass. Probably stock grass, right? I'm trying to look at something specific. Should be right here. Okay. So if I go back here. Okay, so it's like out there somewhere. Let's do it like that. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, I know of you decently well by now. In a previous year, Mr. Jason took a photo of a bottle of milk just because the best before date said Mario 10. Yeah, you're a Nintendo person, pretty through and through, right? Which is totally fine. See, there's what I'm referring to, right up there. This is one of the things I was scouting for. It's like right there, over there somewhere. Mr. Jason says you're a Nintendo fan? Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, let me do that. Now that's not, yeah, see, now we can kind of like find somewhere else to go. Can I like do a shortcut? Damn it, it feels so close. Mr. Jason says, but you're also a Mr. Coin and Miss Carly fan? Thank you. I'm trying to see if I can't, like, skip. Anything so I don't have to walk up there, but I think I'm gonna have to do that. And I don't really think there's a particularly good method of doing this. There's a way to get up here. I'm just forgetting what it is. Mr. Jason says that is almost Skyrim horse possibilities. Almost. Almost. Definitely almost. I believe it's like inside like the swamp area, I want to say. I think that's how we get to it. It's like it's really tricky to find if I recall correctly. That's not it. Is it? Yeah, because this is like the... Oh, but I wonder if you get to it from there. Mr. Jason says the sky is not the limit for Skyrim horses. For Skyrim horses?
Sure, Jan.
That one might have been a little stretchy. Like way too stretchy even for my standards. It's fine. Oh, I think I found it. It's up here. And I think I might have also found where else I'm supposed to go. Or figured out the other method for... Yeah, this is the spot here, because just past there is where the lesser crystallians are. And over here... over here, this was the other side of this, like, cliff face. So let's get that. Let's get the rune piece first. Maybe also we could find the scarab. Yeah, there's a scarab right there. Because I know this is one we've not gotten yet. Oh, it's the Ash of War scarab very specifically. But okay. Thanks, game. No, this is not... Oh, it's here. Yeah, this one's very clever, actually. You can see it from the outside, but you've got no way to find it when you're up here. Yeah, the trees obscure it. You can kind of make it out over here, but for the most part, the trees are designed to hide that pretty well. It's a pretty fun, clever rune piece gimmick. Now, I will warn you, these are glintstone crystals. I have a hard time looking at these, even on like the main screen. They're really bright. They're really bright. Now there is a lore reason for this. It's supposedly they contain the energy of the stars. It's like there's tons of magical energy laden in these. However, I think it's too bright. Like these kinds of crystals create huge eye strain. Lots of eye strain. I've never been a fan of these, but I get why. Okay. So here are 2 of them. I can just get on my horse and handle them this way. And you guys will get to experience the annoyance that is the like crystallian. They can still hyper armor like crazy. Oh, and look, there's another one. And it's raining. Come on, game. Give me a break. Give me some kind of break, game. And that's pretty much what these spear guys do when you're far away from them, is they just hop. They do this like 5 or 6 times. It's fairly annoying. There we go. When you fight these things as a boss, they're in a much tighter space, so it's really hard to kind of like kite them and deal with them. It's really hard to do that. Which is why I prefer finding these ones out here. There we go. Okay. So our first stop, now that we're back, pretty much more or less back on track, are these ruins over here. They're pretty annoying to kind of deal with. They're not like end of the world annoying, but it's bad. Not so much because of the soldiers. They're fine. It's the, there are a couple of stray dogs out here. They make life hard. They can make life hard in here. Let's go find the dog out in the hillside before continuing onward. I know they're walking around out here somewhere. Yeah, there you are. Oh, one hit KO. I'll take it. I think I might be able to use Black Flame to kill them outright, or get very close. I can't kill them, but I can get very close. Okay. And what we're looking for, I believe there are 2 sigil, ruin sigils here. I think there are 2, if I remember right. Oh. The large stray is here. Why? You're supposed to be patrolling with, the soldier back there. That was close. Oh no, I'm gonna hear a horn, aren't I? I'm not gonna hear a horn, but I am gonna see one. You use a great sword, so absolutely not. Better. I would say we probably have the easiest time of like all the magic builds that are out there in the early game, because other than like magic, like sorceries, Glintstone Arc and Glintstone Pebble are amazing early game control. You can do a lot with just those 2 spells. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, let me make sure yeah. You received 4 really nice emails today. Your order of 2 talking flowers were dispatched from the My Nintendo Store UK, and your 2 Nintendo The Super Mario Galaxy Movie Hatching Yoshi Interactive Toy Egg orders were dispatched from a UK toys retailer named Smith's Toys. Here's hoping none of them use the delivery service. I'm forgetting what the name of it is already. Like that knowledge seems to have seeped from my brain. But the UK delivery service that loses more packages than it actually delivers. Them. Yes, them. They that shall not be named. It is forbidden to talk of them. More than I already have, of course. And the other ruin seal is right here. Now in this place, we're not going to be able to get the treasure quite yet. We're going to have to fight something first. Every. Do you mean the one that makes people cry every time? Yes. Every time. Have they been litigated in court yet? This lovely dude right here with the plumed helmet. Yeah, this dude right here. If I'm lucky, we can kill him right here. He was so stunned he just didn't know what to do. Nice. I wish this build could use the Two Fingers heirloom, but Two Fingers heirloom increases faith. We need something like that for Arcane. I don't know what that would entail, but we do definitely need something a little more like that. Sorry. Just been tired lately. After I get done streaming, sometimes I just go right to bed.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you guys for sitting through that and for hanging out with me so far. It's the part of content creation I don't care for, but it's got to get done. We do take commercial breaks around here, just to the left of my webcam when that time comes in about 3.5 minutes from now. There will be a timer that reads 3 minutes and 0 seconds, and during that time ads will be playing. I'll be getting up and taking a stretch. And so I highly encourage everyone to do the same thing. It'll make your time pass by faster, and you won't even have to think about the commercial break. That said, do spend the time however you so wish. Because once the timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will have returned to my desk. And we can pick right back up where we left off. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason is very glad that the Smith's Toys did not use the Super Mario Galaxy movie Hatch and Yoshi interactive toy egg, or did not use. And yeah, they were £59.99 each. Yeah, that's wild. Come out, one and all, from the darkness underground, and let us offer unto the maiden our eyes. Oh, the grapes. Yes, grapes. She is around here somewhere. We need to find her before moving on. That's something that's got to go in our notes later. Mr. Jason says, but... Uh-oh. Mr. Jason only wants the finest things in life, like this dapper gentleman that is streaming right now. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. Thank you. I don't always dress like this. Sometimes I've got spring wear that I wear instead. And sometimes I'm wearing shorts under the, instead of pants with my dress shirts when I'm on camera, because I'm never showing anything below the waist anyway, so I don't have to really worry about what people think of me as far as like wearing pants versus shorts, but I do try to dress like I'm going to work. That helps me with streams. believe it or not. Mr. Jason says, just like Zoom calls. I suppose, although I'd like to think I'm a little bit better than some of the gentlemen that are on Zoom calls. The rather classic, I'm going to be, attending Zoom meetings in my underwear. And then when I get fired for attending a work meeting in underwear, I'll have the surprise Pikachu face, like, why did I get fired? Well, you see, little buddy, you wore underwear to a work meeting. You did not, in fact, wear any pants or shorts or shoes. So you showed up to work on a Zoom call, and work being the Zoom call, that is, not properly dressed for work. So yeah, fired. You were let go, given the pink slip. Now, honestly, I'm the sort of person that wouldn't really care if someone did that. Just don't show it. Be, like, super pristine. Because if you get hacked or something happens, yeah, there's going to be company policy that covers that. But if I were conducting a Zoom call, I wouldn't really care. We'll have to talk to Miss Hieta after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that. I am back. Hopefully everyone got something they wanted out of their commercial break, even if it was just waiting for it to end. If I could get away and not do this type of thing, I would, not have these commercial breaks this way, I would. But if I don't, the experience on Twitch is really bad if you do not use like Twitch Turbo, or if you do not subscribe. It's really bad. So I do this to try to mitigate that really bad experience as much as I'm able to. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Thank you. I didn't see anything on our red or green apps, so I believe we're good. Let's give a girl some eyeballs, eh?
Hello? Is someone there? Would you donate any Shaburi grapes in your possession to me? I'm on a pilgrimage in search of the distant light, and when I eat one of those grapes, I can feel the light in the back of my eyes. You're not like the others who give me grapes, are you? They rest their trembling hands upon me. Howling wordlessly, they gently stroke my eyes. Their frail fingers, emaciated. Yet still, they give me the grapes. But you seem somehow firmer. You are most kind indeed. May the blessing of the fingers be upon you.
Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason is red and green on the purple app. The best of all three. Of course. Well, that went off without a hitch. We're good here. I feel a sneeze coming on. Oh, all right. Thank you, Mr. Jason. I do promise we'll be getting to the icy version of the Burger Kings real soon. I did show them off yesterday, but it's not the same as actually doing the split. But first, we got to go into a tomb, and they gotta go into a catacomb, and we gotta play some games, win some not so stupid prizes too, for that matter. So that's over this way. And in case anyone, just does not know where one of these is, you can always come up to the statue, one of these statues if you find them, and they kind of look in the general direction, but you can also, you're given a sort of a light like those that kind of like the rays of grace. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason prefers the hammer. Although bots need to go away regardless, it feels slightly more humane to bop them with your hammer than use a sharp sword. Fair. Fair. I guess you're not very familiar with the concept of tenderization, huh? See, if you're going to slice a bot, that's one thing. I prefer my bots tenderized, beaten mercilessly with a spiked hammer until they yield, and then when they have yielded, chuck them over the side of the cliff, that kind of thing. Barbaric, I suppose, but other than like the bots that we have here that help ward away other bots, I have little to no use for them. Mr. Jason says, but outside of the obvious spot, this tool will only be used in moderation. I hear you on that. Actually, I'm not sure I've gotten the Vulgar Militia yet. Let's do that. Yeah, I'm glad that I checked, because we in fact did not get them. We did not get a codex entry for them. Let's go ahead and render the applause now. Not sponsored by Cheerwine or Pepsi for that matter. Mr. Jason says, is that just a dead body on a chair? Yes. Yes, it is. It's actually a noble. This is a noble, like a tarnished noble. And these chairs, they used to have like little items on them that were often just not very worth the pickup. Like, this guy could have, like, row of fruit on him, or like flowers, or sometimes like hard runes, like the consumable kind, these kind. This stuff like this is referred to as the hard version of the currency. Hard souls would be like the soul of a lost undead or something. If you can consume it, it is a hard soul, a hard rune, or, you know, some other items on occasion. In Reforged, all of the items have been folded into the general pool, and those that were deemed less than entirely useful were replaced. I'm sorry, those that were deemed entirely less than necessary were just done away with. Everything else got folded into a separate location, or item drops were managed to account for it. And all of these, like, dead nobles and chairs now have signs of the all-knowing. They're free signs. They're free versions of these. They're signs you don't have to make. Let's go ahead and hold 40 of them. Oh, actually, yeah, we're probably about due to break stuff down, aren't we? Yeah, I think so. So let's do that now. Mr. Jason says, the other day, good sir, you were watching a YouTube video titled, Is Hyrule's Rainfall Cataclysmic? And the YouTuber who is doing the video states that the rainforest can get 250 days of rain per year. And so you thought, is the UK secretly a rainforest? No. Rainforest requires more than just, that is funny to think about. Yeah, I will absolutely grant you that. That is funny to think about. However, we don't need crystalline, oh, there's one of these. I think it's the crystal moss, right? Yeah, the crystal moss can be broken down into this item without much issue. But yeah, rainforests require like a certain density of plants, and they need to be of a certain kind. It can't just be like, it rains here all the time, therefore, you know, therefore it's a rainforest. It might be raining in the forest, but it is not a rainforest. Mr. Jason says, here's the general perspective of British seasons, good sir. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. All rain, all the time. Yeah, when is it not wet, right? I'm sure people have like dehumidifiers because of how much moisture there is in the air up there, right? Are dehumidifiers like a common buy up there? If you don't know that, that's also fine. I was just curious. I'd like to do the fragrant amalgam. Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing here. Nope, I do not want that. That's what these are for. All of that. I'm splitting up some items. Let's see, I'll make one of these, sure. Formic rock. Break all this down to where it's supposed to be. You do have to do this every so often, or you will run out of supplies for making things. Lots of things. I'm gonna keep 20 on hand because of how much difficulty I've had navigating the lands between as of lately in poison swamps. Okay, and then we just gotta make it through here. I don't remember there being a rune piece in this entire section, or else I would have been hunting around like crazy. I think there might be one around here somewhere. Let's see, is it here? Is it here? Is it here? No. Yeah, the US has like, we're too big to have like a standard season everywhere. I would say in the US, at least where I am, it could kind of be like that. We have times where it's dry. Sometime, usually in the spring and summer, or spring and fall, it can be kind of dry. In summer and winter, though, it tends to be really wet. And that makes the heat and the cold really bad. Mr. Tension, welcome on in, good sir. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. God blessed be to you, Mr. Tension. How goes the Twilight Princess now that you've resumed it? Have you been hard at work on that? Tension says you got something funny to tell me? Sure. Anytime. I don't think this place has poison, so I can like swap it out. Let's get the magic fortification ready. Oh yeah, these catacombs. Yeah, we're gonna have a rough time in here. I'm gonna show you guys why that is. Yeah, we're about to have a rough ride. Although I'm gonna make it look easier because I kind of remember parts. But these guys are going to be lurking around every corner. They're going to be... Not only are they going to be lurking around every corner, but there are going to be some other enemies that are put in really unfair spots. You'll see what I mean. This opening section isn't too bad, honestly. It's the next part that's upsetting. So this part here, this part right here, down there. Yeah, there's a I heard something. Oh, I know what I heard. That was a fanged imp coming out of the woodwork. Mr. Tension says you were watching someone's live stream earlier this morning of a Resident Evil 9 streamer, and you told him how fast you beat the game, and he straight got mad at you. Why? It seemed silly. If someone beat the game really quick, it's like, applaud them? Question mark. Maybe it came across me, depending on how you said it, I could maybe see how there'd be bragging involved, but I don't think you would have said it that way at all. Some people just look for the negative interpretation in things. Mr. Jason says, if you want to laugh, good sir, you've sent a funny image to my DMs. Sure. Hardy har har. Yes, that is probably true. The UK during lockdown? Sunny. That's wild. That's wild. I mean, was it true? Was it sunny during lockdown? I wasn't over there in the UK during that time. I haven't been over to the UK whatsoever. So I'm genuinely curious. Mr. Tension says, that's crazy, Mr. Coin. He kept on dissing you and asked how old you were. Do you know how old he is? That matters. Some people are real fogies when it comes to stuff like that. Some people are real fogies about that. Oh, you're gonna... Wow, you managed to dismount pretty good there, Mr. Imp. Mr. Tension says, yeah, Mr. Coin, you didn't say it in no bragging way. I believe you. I'm playing devil's advocate I played devil's advocate for a second when I said that. It's like, well, you know, did you take a second and examine how you type this? Or if you were to take your own head out of it, how might it be read from... How might you read that if someone else said that to you? But I do definitely believe you. I don't have a reason not to. I know what I personally try to do, and that is if I know I could come across in a really brash manner. And I know this because other people have told me so. I always type my sentences and then walk away for like a minute or two and then come back and see if I've read them. He said you were lying. That sounds like jealousy. That sounds like jealousy. He's got to get over himself. There we go. Yeah, he's got to get over himself. That's just nuts. Ugh, itchy nose. What is it? Itchy ear, what is it? Itchy ears? You know, you come into money, or yeah, you like go into money, or something is happening to you financially, and if your nose is itchy, it's like people are talking about you. I don't know. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason never brags. You just like stick measuring contests. Fair. Mr. Tension says Mr. Coin, you didn't know how to take it. Just take it as him being jealous. You know, did he ban you? Did he, like, other than calling you a liar, like, did he ban you or get really, like, disproportionately upset? Let's do that. Gotcha. Silly little omen. Because if he did that, then yeah, you know, take him more seriously, and you know, maybe don't go into that live stream again. But if all he did was just, you know, call you a liar or, you know, something else to that effect, you know, he wasn't too harsh about it, then you're probably good to go back in there. Mr. Tension says no, he didn't ban you, but he kept calling you a liar even though he paused his game. And he even paused his game to tell you that. Nice. We haven't quite yet hit the difficult part. There are a pair of imps up there that are going to start throwing magic jars, and those suckers hurt. You're about to see them right now. Kind of have to back off here. Yeah, these suckers hurt. You really don't want to get hit by them. Not even once. Mr. Tension says you didn't know people are that serious about games. Yeah, so for some people, gaming's their whole world. It's kind of mine. I'm very serious about games, but I'm also not. I could say that I'm serious about my games and then not do what that guy did, which was to accuse other people of lying and quite honestly gaslighting them about their own personal experience. Like, I don't do that to people. I like how the catch flame causes enemies to dodge anyway, even if it's not a projectile. Mr. Jason says, but on a serious note, good sir, if people have a longer stick than Mr. Jason, you can only respect that. But you have an awfully long stick already, right? If it weren't for this rune piece, I wouldn't have spent the stone sword keys on it. That's really about the only reason I would spend stone sword keys on something like that. Okay, this room is also kind of gnarly. There's a guy off to the right here, and you don't get to see him until after you've already finished processing this guy. Let's do this. Perfect. Maybe visit him again when you've got the spare time and see if he continues disparaging you, Mr. Tension. That might be what I would do. Is I would see if it's does he have a habit of doing this, or was it just a one-time thing? If it's a habit of doing this, you may want to not watch. You may want to even warn people about. I'm sorry. Did that piddly little hatchet just reach through the wall and hit me? I suppose the blood spatter would say so. Mr. Jason says, in fact, good sir, Mr. Jason has such a long stick that IRL, family and friends just give you money for Christmas and birthdays because they don't want to buy a game that Mr. Jason probably already has. And it's easier. Giving people money is easier because you can literally buy your own gifts. The best gift giver to you is yourself. Yeah, and especially multiple copies of. Like, I totally get that. My family gives me cash for my birthday for the express reason of it's easier and I know what I want to get, if anything. These days, though, what I really probably want to do is get a membership, and while that is something that is giftable, I'm trying to save up money for that. That and a business license. If I can just get those two things, I could actually. I could actually probably start to move up economically. Right now, I kind of just can't do that. It really stinks. And would you guys believe me if I told you that these imps were the easy part of the game? Because the harder section is down in the basement level. Because the omens are just much tougher customers compared to compared to these imps. I can kind of use the wall to give me some much needed or necessary spacing. With the omens, Mr. Touch says, wow, you killing them fast? I wish I were killing them faster. I wish I were killing them faster, but I do appreciate the compliment, good sir. Okay, if I can just get him to like drop down. There we go. What? Because I want the items in this room. Mainly the Grave Blossom more than anything. Mr. Jason says, another reason why Mr. Jason is rather sheltered, good sir, is that you've been fortunate to where you've never really had to trade things in for new things. Yeah, I hear you for that. So you still, for example, have all of your Nintendo Switch systems. Yeah, you haven't had to trade anything in. I totally get that. I would describe my dad and his wife as kind of being lower middle class, like, i.e., they make decent money, but they've budgeted themselves in such a way that, there isn't all that much lying around. Like, if something happens, and especially on fixed income now, they kind of have to, they have to choose what they're not doing, this month. They, like, groceries get tighter, stuff like that. Like, we're neither rich nor poor, I guess is the way I would put it. Mr. Tension says, Mr. Coin and Twilight Princess, you just got the Zora tunic and 17 golden bugs left to get. Nice. I do have to focus on you. See if I can make that happen. See, sometimes I can get him within like one cycle, and sometimes he'll just immediately move to the front underneath the stairs here and make things difficult. Quite difficult. Lemon difficult, even. Mr. Jason says, collecting all of those bugs will reveal a golden opportunity for you, Mr. Tension. Hardy har har. Ah, delicious. Ooh, hello, Mr. Omen. Please turn around and get like a sufficient distance. Thank you. One second. And one more time for good luck. That usually doesn't go that well. Mr. Tension says, Mr. Coin, those gold bugs are hard to find for sure. Yeah, some of them are hidden really well. You can go, like, whole areas. Because of the backtracking that one has to engage in order to get the items and the golden bugs. I know one of them is locked behind like the item you get in the fourth dungeon. I think that's the Arbiter's Grounds. Oh, holy heck in a handbasket. Jumping Jehoshaphat's, I guess. Or however that's supposed to go. Now, is there one over here? No. Okay. Yeah, like, I think one is locked behind claw shots. A couple are locked behind the item you get out of the Arbiter's grounds. There may or may not be one locked behind double claw shots. Yeah, there are quite a few. You shouldn't need more than that, though. You're very welcome, Mr. Tension. I would definitely say that if you ever struggle to find something, there are definitely guides written out there. And forget, Mr. Chugga Conroy has recently completed a version of Twilight Princess HD. He completed that playthrough. I believe he shows how to get all the golden bugs, through his playthrough. So if you're looking for content to watch and you would like to know where the golden bugs are, in those regions as you get to them, consider watching that playthrough. Mr. Tension says, Mr. Coin, you were at Death Mountain and the enemies burned your shield up. Yeah, that'll happen. You need a metal one if you don't want your shield to burn up. I'm pretty sure a metal shield is sold. It should be at the mart, like the Mallow Mart, after you rescue Kakariko Village and you help get some things set up. Mallow should take over an old store. I'm pretty sure there's a metal shield in there, if my memory serves me correctly. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, before you went live, you were watching Traffic Cops, which is a British TV series where police officers catch criminals. We got a few shows like that here in the States. In one episode, some fool, to use a nice word, decided to drive after having a drink, and then, when he got arrested, cried and said, I'm so sorry. Mr. Jason was like, yeah, kind of late. You should have chosen not to drive. Hey, you're not... hey, in fairness, you're not in your right headspace when you're drinking. But also, that should be a good case in point for don't drink, unless you have a partner with you. Like, go together in pairs to do stuff like that, so that people are safe. That kind of thing. And if you want to drink at home, where you can be your goofy self. Some people are social drinkers, and to those folks, I say, go talk to friends. Go talk to friends. I'm sure there's at least one that'll volunteer to be a driver, and won't have any issue with that. What's up, Mr. Jason? And while that conversation is cooking, Mr. Tension says, okay, you know what you're talking about? You're very welcome, Mr. Tension. You're very welcome. Mr. Jason says, whenever you mention Chugga Conroy, your immediate thought is, it doesn't affect Misdreavus. It doesn't. If you know, you know. Yeah, if you know Pokemon Coliseum playthrough, you definitely know what it is Mr. Jason is talking about. I believe we killed the imp here. Yeah, we killed the imp here. Its corpse is like down there somewhere. Let's pull the lever here. And let's take out a final omen, eh? There we go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. There's nothing more here. The last thing to do is the boss. This boss is different. This is not like other Erdtree burial watchdogs. I think you guys are gonna get a real kick out of it. Although I am gonna have to lock in because I have died once before to this exact boss. Mr. Jason says, you know the saying time flies when you're having fun, Mr. Coin? Well, your 4 hours never seem like 4 hours even, I'm sorry. Your 4 hours never seem like 4 whole hours even though it is. Yeah, it feels like I'm undergoing a time dilation or something to that effect. Or like time doesn't move, it doesn't feel like it moves even though I know it does. That kind of thing.
Share them with me.
Okay.
Your thoughts.
Now we put a couple of points into mind. And we're gonna get ready for our sorted affair in the boss room. Mr. Jason says you'll be pretty delayed after the break, good sir. No worries. Thank you very much, Mr. Jason. I feel like my sound's a little wonky. Hang on. Okay, that's better. Thank you, Mr. Tension. Thank you. Perfect. So I have updated my path sheet, I guess, before I continue. I did do that. I have now included a, like, general notes, for gear. And I've updated it with a few links, a few useful links. I've managed to do this. So now I know what kind of arts, what kind of skills and affixes on those skills that I'm looking for. Mr. Tension says you left a like also, Mr. Coin. Thank you very much, Mr. Tension. Thank you, I appreciate that. Now, this boss is a doozy. I'm gonna let the visuals speak for themselves. I'm gonna focus up and I'll see you guys when I am finished. A couple of poorly timed, like, re-enrages on spirits, but I don't think that was a particularly, like, bad attempt or like a bad clear or anything. Yay! Now we get to, we get to deal with the Burger King, like the Burger King on top of the tower, the Burger Monarch on top of the tower, and the icy or frozen Burger Monarchs on the other side of that tower. We get to deal with that, which is right here. I can say this. This definitely does not feel like. I mean, it's not 2 hours, but I don't even feel like we've done anything worthy of 90 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Tension. Thank you very much. Let's make this daytime, actually, before continuing onward. The puppets. The puppets besiege us. I see. Yeah, these things, I thought they were illusory minions, but they're not. Mr. Tension says you will say that I'm very good at games. I'm flattered you think that. I'm flattered you think that. I'm very good at the specific games that I'm showing everyone. I'll put it that way. Gotta be careful and like get into cover. And then while Troll is busy rampaging, like this battlefield is sheer chaos. There. That could have been worse, but I'm glad it was solved. Yeah, he's big, and he wouldn't have even been able to fit on the camera if it weren't for Reforged, honestly, Mr. Tension. One of the fixes that Reforged makes to Elden Ring, which is the base game that the mod is being applied on top of, is that it adjusts the camera for large creatures as much as possible to fit as much of them into the camera as possible. You know, it's not, if you get close to like Fire Giant or something like that, where, you know, the enemy is so big that they cannot fit on the camera almost no matter what you do, at least you're going to be able to zoom out enough so you can see, you know, is the giant getting ready to do an overhead smash? Is it getting ready to bend down and breathe fire? That kind of thing. Whereas with base Elden Ring, you couldn't half tell. You would kind of have to just kind of ignore certain attacks and focus on watching out for certain other attacks. And if you were doing a hitless challenge run, God help you. God help you, because you would not have been able to see half of anything, and thus fighting Fire Giant would always be a gamble, unless you were ranged very specifically. Okay, so our friend the Burger King is right, or the Burger Monarch, I should say, is right here. Mark. And drink. Nice. Defeated by gravity. Hilarious. Nice. I love getting blasted mid-cast for lots of damage. There's sorcerer. There is a sorcerer amidst this mess. Mr. Tension says, Mr. Coin, what do you think about the Pokopia game that just came out? I don't know. I've heard mixed signals about it. On one hand, you know, some people say it's great. You know, they're having a blast. Mainly the Pokemon hardliners. On the other hand, I'm hearing, you know, this wasn't what the game was advertised to be. Or the graphics are not really great. Stuff like that. I don't have a fully formed opinion yet on Pokemon Pokopia. You know, outside of like the couple of clips that I've seen about the thing. Okay, we've done this part of the split. Now we're on to something just as difficult, quite honestly. Although I'm gonna make sure there aren't that I've done my due diligence, and that there aren't illusory. There are puppet soldiers here. Glad I did that. Anything else? Anything else? No. Okay, I think we've gotten rid of all the puppets now. Why? Do you have thoughts on Pokopia, Mr. Tension? Is it a game that you've been looking to buy, or are you like, I'm gonna sit on the fence until I know for sure? Mr. Tension says, yeah, you think it's gonna do good because it's a Pokemon, you might get it in the future. Fair. Fair. I am going to lock in for a split second while I deal with the Spirit Spring Hawk. These things can fly all around the battlefield if I don't get them in a good cycle, so 1 second. Easy. Just catch them with Flame of Frenzy. It's not that hard. Mr. Tension says you think it's mid for real, but you'll get it because it's Pokemon. Fair. You know what? That's an opinion I can get behind. It acknowledges the... thank you, Mr. Tension. It acknowledges the user base of Pokemon for what it is, which is that... Oh, I'm trying to, like, get this without issues. There's a rune piece up here, and I would like to have it. It's always a tricky one to get, because if you're not careful, you can very easily just end up falling down there to your death. Like, Game Freak slash, you know, the Pokemon Company are sort of relying on their brand name recognition and the kind of demographic they sell to, as well as, you know, for the adults, you know, nostalgia bias, right? Oh, I remember Pokemon. I really like Pokemon. They made a game about my favorite series. surely this will go over... Oh my god, this is such a mess. Surely, you know, they've put a lot of love and care into it, and then when they get the game and they realize, oh, maybe they didn't put the love and care I thought they did into it, but I'm gonna try to make the, you know, Pokemon teaches a lot of people, you know, to make the best of a bad situation, or even you know, make lemonade whenever you can. And so as a result, people learn to like the franchise. They learn to get past like its imperfections, and they appreciate their flawed but, you know, still enjoyable game. Mr. Tension says, yeah, that's how you feel. You're hitting on the nose, Mr. Coin. And, you know, I've seen so much discourse about this type of thing. It's not funny. Lots of content creators talk about it, and pretty much the general sentiment is, you know, Game Freak marketed to a very specific audience for a reason. There's a reason why the Pokemon games aren't too difficult.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I know I've already chatted away about you guys supporting me for free. You all being here is enough for me, but if you want to support my work further and more directly, I have a couple of easy options for you. Available to everyone through either Twitch or YouTube. You can check right under the Twitch video player in the About Me section, or the bottom of the YouTube description. Once on the link tree, Patreon will have a peace-shaped logo, Coffee has a panel, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube have icons next to each other. My Instagram, Blue Sky page, and Discord server take up the remaining icons. Available only to those on Twitch are the other easy options. The bits purchases at the top banner on twitch.tv, spendable for any of the power-up rewards or as direct bits donations on Twitch, or the subscribe button near the chat panel. You'd take my heart out of its Faraday cage if you click on that Patreon or the coffee. But again, you guys simply being here is enough. Thanks for listening to that stuffy and boring explanation. Now, back to the content. Thank you guys so much for sitting through that and hanging with me so far. You guys have been a wonderful audience. I realize that this is definitely different from, you know, the 18 months that you guys have known me, you know, between Twitch and YouTube. I do understand that, which is why I'm even more pleased when you guys stick around, because I know I'm not a Zelda tuber. My previous content history should have told everybody looking at my channel that, but you know, sometimes people just morph into these sorts of things. And when you spend as much time as you do in one game system or in a game engine, people tend to know you for that. So when I make moves like this, I am grateful that people stick around with me. In about the next 3 minutes, we will be taking a commercial break, the second one for the day. When that time comes in about 3 minutes, there will be a timer to the left of my webcam. It'll read 3 minutes and 0 seconds. During that time, I will be getting up and, you know, getting a stretch. I encourage you guys to do the same thing. It'll make your break pass by faster, but spend the time whatever way you wish. Once the timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will have returned for my stretch break, and we can pick up where we left off. I think we're making good progress today. I'm gonna pretty soon have to like write some more splits down, but that can happen later. We can't cross the bridge until we get there. Oh, that could have been really bad, actually. I'm sort of glad that I fell through that. And fiddlesticks. I'm gonna have to go back down here. Jump back up, because I need to be at a very specific floor in this tower if I would like to do what I'm about to do. Like with... Heck, nap it! With relative ease. So we're technically on the backside of an encampment right now. We got quite a few codex entries we gotta get here. I mean, not fall down the thing there. It's kind of cool. This place used to kind of be a know-nothing place before this tower wasn't here. This is a Reforged edition. I think it's super cool when there are little subtle additions that don't feel like a complete rewrite of the game. Maybe as like a... When we get ready to, like, say, move on to our second run, what we can actually do is play the other mod that often leaves my lips, and its name is the Convergence. And I can show you guys what it looks like when the devs just go a completely different direction from where the game is going. We'll have to tackle this lovely little obstacle after our break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm back. I did put out a... Of course, that's why. I've got to sign in to Kick again through this? Okay. Okay, let's try this again. I'm sorry about that. I had to sort out a issue with Social Stream Ninja. Apparently I had to sign back in. Let's continue about our business, huh? Hopefully the game won't break too incredibly much. Because this game is not designed to be paused like that. It's really not. I did not mean to do that. I'm gonna have to come back up here and mark him again. I'm probably gonna have to mark him again. I'm sorry, what? Alright, video game. I would love if we didn't have these kinds of issues. Thank you very much. I'm trying to, like, keep my eyeball in another place. Already marked you. Looks like that fire hurts it's supposed to. That is impressive tracking, good sir. That's amazing tracking, actually. Okay, there's one or at least one or two more things I wanted to kind of like grab. There's a wolf here, for example. There's like a very specific kind of wolf that's here. But yeah, I would sure hope that fire looks like it hurts, because if it didn't, these types of runs would generally not be very impressive. I would like for my chair to stop drifting, please and thank you. Yikes. There we go. They're not that hard. We're gonna find versions of those enemies later that are much more difficult to take down. They kind of feel like stepping into a World of Warcraft dungeon and trying to kill an elite by yourself, where it's gonna feel like it's very, 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 very difficult for you to take care of business. Okay, so let's at least get the treasure chest now that we're here, which is 2 floors down. Yay for multiple lost ashes. Oh, and we technically did 2 splits there. Okay, we got a little bit of a journey before the next split, so we gotta try to see if we can't clear up one of those codex entries, and then we can start moving in like this general direction. Somewhere around here is where the Tibia Mariner is, and if we've done everything correctly, we should have a pretty easy time with that. Do we have... Okay, no, we don't have the rune pieces to buy more runes yet. Nor and I'm not really sure I want to buy more grafted runes in the meantime. Okay, so let's dash through. Let's dash through here and ignore the troll. Okay, cool. The sorcerer I'm wanting to tag is here. He is right down there. I did not mean to do that. Run. Like, run before we die. Oh. Okay, that was close. I was hoping to get that without falling. I hope everyone had a decent commercial break. I do apologize for the extended nature of it, but as soon as I felt something happening in my body, I did speak up and say something. Usually what happens to me when I have commercial breaks that go well over their time is that I'll be out doing something, right? I'll be getting my drink, or I'll be getting the supplies for a cup of coffee or whatever that is, and then the urge will hit me, and I can't. It's really hard to reply to 3 streaming apps all at the same time with the same message and say, oh, I might be late coming back. Like, going to the bathroom almost kind of has to be its own separate break, really, if anything. Okay, what I want here is... No, this is fine. It's all good, Mr. Quaid. I appreciate the latitude, Mr. Tension. Okay, let's roam the countryside for a few rune pieces, and maybe... Maybe. Yeah, see, I'm glad I made these jumps. They can be hidden in some pretty obscure spots. Trying to think if there's something I need to talk about. Still working on the vlog. Still editing that. I am still working on structuring the vote items that I want us to vote on for these next few or several months. And I'm also still structuring the messages. I did give you guys, you know, a 48-hour notice of I would say certain things or make certain posts out there. Yeah, I plan to do a bunch of that after today's stream. Yesterday I was really, really tired. Thank you, Mr. Tension. Ooh, these are Deathblight crabs. They look kind of grody, if I'm being quite honest. Stop turning to your sides. Yeah, do this. That's way better. Let's not stand in Deathblight, please. His claws are huge. Yeah, the crabs are... They come right from Dark Souls 3. The crabs in Dark Souls 3 were huge. There we go. Deathblight crab. There are like 4 different crab subtypes. And Deathblight in this game is bad. Specifically in Reforged, it's bad. If a player gets Deathblighted, they lose all the runes they're carrying, all of them. And their death mark, the pile of runes that they get to reclaim, hence the term death marker, though that will also have 0 runes. Yeah, this game, this mod, this is one of the more infamous decisions that have been made, you know, by Kernifer or Team Kernifer. Like, Deathblight is like kind of an overly punishing thing for a player now, where you really want to avoid it at all costs. And not that it was that much better in base game. In base game, Deathblight kills you. Deathblight just always does that. That's like a Petrify in Dark Souls 2, or is it Curse? Yeah, it's Curse in Dark Souls 1. Like, the game has always had an auto kill status on it, but and Elden Ring wasn't any different. It's just that the punishment for contracting the status is death. Well, now the punishment for contracting that status is death, but also you lose your runes, you lose your leveling currency, your ability to purchase anything, which is just, that's metal. That's metal AF. And it's been a change. This has been one of the more longer standing changes in Reforged. It was around before... It was around before Crucible Knight Hiernan, which was like one of the super bosses, became a thing. It's been around a long time. People that play Elden Ring Reforged know that it is a game that just does not... It's a mod that just does not pull any punches with you. which I enjoy. I like it when the game doesn't treat me like a kid. I very much don't mind being challenged. But in a game that is already hard, Deathblight is kind of seen as very harshly punishing when it does not have to be that way. That kind of thing. No, get back here. There we go. I need that codex entry. Yeah, a lot of this is just expansive, like marshland or highlands. It's like a mix of both in Liurnia, and Liurnia is beautiful to travel through, but boy, is it kind of a formless hellscape. If you're not like around the center, or you're not like on the main road looking for things to do, you can just be traveling and just not seeing anything of note outside of like natural wildlife or something to that effect. Okay, so if I've done this right, yeah, that's what I thought. D, Hunter of the Dead. Tibia Mariner does require my concentration, so I will throw up the overlay, and I will see you guys on the other side of this. Welcome back, Mr. Jason. Okay. My goodness. That could have been really... That was kind of dicey toward the end. But we got it. We got it. I'm happy that we got it. Whew. That would definitely feel a lot harder without, you know, without D being there. Okay. Oh, I forgot. No. Okay, I just avoid him. That's what's going on. Thank you, Mr. Tension. Mr. Jason says, you know that is not magic, good sir, but Mr. Jason, very much like the magic of browser synchronization, you just added the tracking number links for both of the Nintendo Super Mario Galaxy movie, Hatching Yoshi, interactive toy egg from Smith's Toys to a bookmark folder called Parcel Tracking, and it'll appear in your PC eventually. Nice! That's a nice thing to have. Yeah, I try to put... Yeah, if there's, like, package tracking, I very much try to have my deliverables on that, if at all possible, because, you know, A, it gives me peace of mind knowing that I can see where my package is and if it's going to arrive, but also, perhaps more importantly, it creates a digital trail where, you know, I could say, yeah, the order was definitely being tracked properly, and then all of a sudden it stopped appearing. Mr. Jason says, I don't know how you can viably track your deliveries, good sir. Your P.O. box is always full of that fan mail, good sir. I wish I could have fan mail. I would like to receive some letters. The only problem is that I can't really do... If my house were my own, I can do that. But my house is not my own, and all it would take is some nasty individual, and I'm hella doxxed real fast. If I had like a Pro Jared or like Davinator 1212 arrangement going on, I would probably not have... I wouldn't worry about that so much, but I don't. It's not just me in this house. There are at least 2 other people and all of my pets. Someone would take that information and absolutely use it for nefarious ends. I don't want that. But it would be nice to have fan mail eventually. That's like something I look off to in the horizon and say maybe at some point I can get to the people send me letters stage, and not just the people send me comments, which you could do for free. People can comment at me for free whenever they want. But actually sending me a letter to my bona fide houses, there's a whole lot of security complications that go with it. I realize that there's some sarcasm there, like that was meant to be a joke. Like hee hee, haha, very funny. It just made me think about stuff I had previously thought about before. Because it was, the fan mail segments were always nice when I watched them. Or, you know, they provided a good laugh. Pro Jared, no matter what you think of him, had like a fan mail segment where someone actually mailed him 10 real arrows. It was hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. I was in hysterics for like a solid 3 minutes. If you guys don't know what that meme is, basically, Pro Jared kind of sometimes plays randomizers, and one of those randomizers was A Link to the Past. You know, that randomizer was out then, and Pro Jared managed to get to the Dark World, and he was looking around for chests. And he was looking around for hours, or like at least a solid hour based on the recording at that time. And when he opened the chest, no, I'm sorry. That original meme came from when he went under the bridge to get a bottle. There's a guy that'll give you a bottle if you go under one of the bridges. And he gives Pro Jared 10 arrows for that playthrough. And it's like really hilarious. Mr. Jason says, they were just trying to prove a point. Too true. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you've just looked at Smith's Toys website, and the Nintendo, the Super Mario Galaxy Movie Hatching Yoshi Interactive Toy Egg says, out of stock, and at every store, but in stock on the website for ordering. Yeah, they're happy to take your money. They're happy to, put you down for the order, but you better be willing to wait a long, long time for your toy. I hope you get it. I hope you get your deliverable. But I do always think about, well, they're quite ready. They're quite willing to take a pre-order, but they're not willing to give you any product assurance, or like insurance for if your deliverable does not come to you in a certain period. But yeah, you've got the dispatch order. So here's to a smooth delivery, Mr. Jason. I'm glad it's been dispatched. Okay, yep. This is making some sense to me. Now I remember why I did this. Oh, hello, Hyena. Nice to see you again. Too bad I don't have a Shabriri grape for you. Let's talk to her. Not that I have one, but...
Hello? Is someone there? Would you donate any Shabriri grapes in your possession to me? I'm on a pilgrimage in search of the distant light, and when I eat one of those grapes, I can feel the light in the back of my eyes.
Get it? Mr. Jason says, you'll have to keep an eye out for those Shabriri grapes, good sir. They're more than good. They're grape. They're grapes. Sorry, I wanted to do the, I wanted to make a joke, but I didn't want to repeat the great big globs, like, song for a joke, so I'm like, oh, I know. I'll, do a Frosted Flakes advertisement, but replace one of the words with the word grape, and that would be pretty, I thought that was funny. At least I thought it was funny.
Sure, Jan.
Mr. Jason says if you accidentally step on a grape, they might make a little wine. That's a good one. I'm sorry. That's funny. That's hilarious. And I would like some cheese to go with that wine. Don't worry. I mean, the lands between are all out of cheese. Team Kernifer has hoarded the cheese for themselves. But I'm quite sure we will find something just as good as cheese in the lands between. Of that, I will endeavor to show everyone. So I'm looking for... There should have been a somber scarab right around here. Yeah, here it is. What's up, Mr. Jason? What did you just remember? Oh, okay. I see how this is. I was hoping to kind of get a lead up on you, but I guess not. Guess we're doing this. I'll have to reply to that comment in a second, Mr. Jason. Or like a hot minute, actually, now that I'm thinking on it. Oh, I actually got a stun off on him. Great. What's less great is getting frostbitten. Yep. At least I can confront him directly. Okay, what was this saying? Mr. Jason says you're talking Furby. I mean, Flower should be with you tomorrow. Awesome. Awesome. I hope you take a picture of it, or when you get it or something. Ideally without identifying information on it. Nothing to do but to try again, right? Furlesby? Furlesby? That's a stretch, even for you, Mr. Jason. Not because it's not good, but because it doesn't roll off the tongue. Or it doesn't roll off the beak, as a Furby collector might say. Let's get back in there and show that darkly clad jackanape who's boss. Oh. I've got to stop being reckless. The Flame of Frenzy worked fine before. Maybe I need to be using Surge of Flame here rather than that. Maybe that's less risky. Also, for the love of God, can it stop raining? Can you literally just not rain on my parade for 1 second, video game? Stop it. Get help. Thank you. I shouldn't have to be frothing mad at the mouth just for there to be a little bit of a dry spell. Ugh. Let's change out gear then. You know, we got to be doing what we can to make things easier on ourselves. I'm still not the best with the Bloodborne dodge. I still don't know. There are certain perfect timings that are a little bit harder because you have to wait that extra half a second on dodge. sure. Dude, what are you doing? Get back over here. Bye. Welcome on in, Anki Philosopher. Good to see you again. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah, you came in on the tail end of attempt number 3 at dealing with the Knights Cavalry. Thank you for the GGs. Hopefully things are going well for you, Angie Philosopher. We've almost run out of splits again. And so, I will soon be needing to be, writing these things kind of, on the fly. Like, determining the route kind of almost on the fly. Welcome on in, Akim23D. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well over on the Red app, and I hope you are enjoying your stay. If you're, how familiar, or, a question I usually like to ask my audience is, how familiar with, Elden Ring Reforged are you? Is it a game or a mod that you've not played before? Or I guess even I could I could apply that to just Elden Ring, like the base game itself. Akim23D says you're playing a 2018 game right now and listening to you. Very well. I hope your game goes smoothly for you, Akim23D. For the uninitiated, welcome to Elden Ring Reforged. It is an overhaul mod made by Team Kernifer and company. I would best describe this as a vanilla plus type game with several additions and systems. Maybe vanilla plus plus would even be a little bit better. It's not trying to compete with Convergence, but it also doesn't have as many changes as like Elden Ring the Convergence does. If you like keeping a similar gameplay experience to the base game in your overhaul mods, then Reforged is perfect. There's ducking, there are generator spells, there are perfect attacks. I'm sorry, excuse me, I had a snort right there. There are more established item set bonuses. There's way too many things for me to talk about. There's like 60 or 70,000 maybe even 80,000 different changes that Reforged makes to Elden Ring. And if anyone is curious or wants to know more about Elden Ring Reforged, for you guys on Twitch, if you type in !ERR or ERWiki into the chat, you can get more information. For those of you on YouTube, the same commands work, just replace them with an asterisk. And for you guys on Kick, just use Shift-6 on a QWERTY keyboard. That's a caret. Just replace it with that, and the same command should just work properly for you. Akim says you've played all the DS games. I have played all of the mainline Dark Souls games with the exception of Demon Souls and Bloodborne, because those are Sony exclusive. I've just never been able to get a hold of them in any capacity. But I've played all of the remaining Soulsborne games and Sekiro. I've beaten all of them. I've beaten all of them. I've even gotten the more complicated Sekiro Sekiro ending. Caret ERWiki? No. Mr. Jason on Kick. Shift-6. So the symbol looks like this. That I usually call the key out by name. This is referred to, or the symbol is called a caret with an E. Like that. It's not this kind of caret. That's also a caret. But it's spelled like the vegetable carrot. But the exponentiation symbol is referred to as a caret. Confusing, I know. Don't think about it too hard. They're all carets. They're vertical carets or they're horizontal carets. They're all carets. But Mr. Jason says you were actually just messing around, good sir. Fair enough. Fair enough, Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, you're glad that you pre-ordered 2 of them as some how do you be polite jerk uploaded a listing on eBay called Hatching Yoshi, the Super Mario Galaxy movie toy, confirmed pre-order for 155.76 pounds. Oh, that is some serious scalping right there. I will tell you what. Wasn't that toy like 59 pounds? You know, with tax? Mr. Jason says, although buyers are just as bad, someone actually spent 109.99 pounds on one on eBay. A full 50 pounds more on top of the $59.99 item. See, this is why you got to be wary about stuff like that. If you're going to buy items off of websites where people can post them like an open market, you really, really want to make sure that you are buying like an already second-hand item or like an antique. There, it's like, it's more okay if you're, I mean, it's not okay you're getting gouged. However, there's no verifiable proof that the item is being sold for more or less than its market value. So this is our target right here. There's something I'll show once we kill him. There is something I'll show once I kill him, but this guy is very hard in the beginning. Ow. Yeah, that like really hurt. this enemy is like quite a few tiers higher. He's kind of like the Outrider Knight we found that gave us the Stable Master book. He has like that one came from Miquella's Halleck tree, and that's like a full 10 or 15 tiers higher. We got the baby version with that one. Okay, I've marked him. Cool. Fantastic. We got the Dragon Cult prayer book. Yeah, this contains lightning spells in it. This is the guy we have to kill to start our lightning spells only runs.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you guys for sitting through that. I greatly appreciate it. You guys have been a wonderful audience today so far. We'll be taking our last break of the day in about 4 minutes. When that time comes, at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, there will be a timer off to the left-hand side of my webcam here on your screen, and it'll read 3 minutes and 0 seconds. During that time on Twitch, ads will be playing, and I will be getting up and taking a stretch. I highly encourage everyone to get up and take a stretch along with me, or, do something you want to do. Spend your time however you want, honestly, for those 3 minutes. When that timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, of course, I will have returned to my desk, and we can get right back to the gaming. It really will go faster than you think. Angie Philosopher says, so useful. I mean, if it weren't all content, I would skip this guy in 5 seconds. Assuming that's what that particular quip was in response to. If not, do let me know how badly I missed on that. But I think I've got my assumption correct on that. Yeah, I wouldn't do... I would not definitely be fighting this guy or that guy if I didn't have to. Mr. Jason says, you don't need to take a stretch. You do a lot of stretching already. Fair. Angie Philosopher says, yeah, you're referring to that guy. Good. I'm glad my interpretive skills with the English language and my my ADD brain didn't mangle that too badly. This is the last split before we have to write down new ones, and I'll kind of be like plotting or flying by the seat of the pants here. Now, for those that may be a little bit more astute with Elden Ring might notice, what the hell is Jarberg doing here on the splits? You definitely shouldn't be dying in Jarberg. To that, I would say, I would agree with you. I, in fact, should not be dying in Jarberg. I wholly, full-throatedly agree with that. But gravity is a slow and insidious... Actually, it's not slow and insidious, but it is an insidious killer. You can... I often have fallen to my death in Jarberg, and it's not fun. It's not fun. Not so much in, like, regular Jarberg, but more like around the edges of Jarberg. You guys will see what I mean probably after the commercial break. Mr. Jason says, to be fair, good sir, with regard to 2FA, with what we discussed earlier, good sir, you've had 2FA for a while, so you had it before, you know, it was cool. That's fair. 2FA is not supposed to be that hard. It's if people don't manage their passwords right. I was helping someone on our server, on our organization, deal with that problem, and they forgot their passwords. I won't mention who that person was or anything, but yeah, they forgot. And, you know, I get it. Understandable. Sometimes these things happen. But I have learned to keep a list of my passwords in a separate, undisclosed location. And if I do ever forget, I refer back to them. Any conversations that we've had so far, we will have to pick up after that commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Hopefully we got something we wanted out of our commercial break, even if it was just, you know, playing a game or waiting for the commercial break to be over. Mr. Jason said, because I don't see any chats anywhere else. Said person also approached our good friend. I get the feeling I know this friend you're talking about. Yep. And assuming that that is correct, this was the person I was helping out. You're very welcome. You're very welcome, good sir. Thank you. What was I saying about Jarberg before? Right. Yeah, you can die here. And there's a rune piece that I might be able to demonstrate to you guys. That's like one of my no-no rune pieces. Like, we don't ever get this one. We just don't touch it. There's no reason to ever collect it. But first, the cutest little thing you have ever seen. To our good friend, good sir. Too true. To our good friend, good sir. But let's talk to the jar. I want us to really soak this one in.
Hello, Cos. What are you doing here? I didn't think anyone knew about this place. Except us jars. Ah. Are you going to be the new potentate?
Yes. I'll be your potentate. Your potato, even.
Gosh. Truly. That's wonderful news. It's not easy being potentate, though. I know. Show me your hands. It's just a little test, cuz. To see if you've got the right stuff. Your skin isn't so smooth, is it? You need slick, slidey hands to be potentate, you know? I'm sorry, cuz. But I don't think you've got what it takes.
Slick,
What a
slidey
shame.
hands. The slick, slidey hands is, that's funnier to me than it has any right being to anyone else, I suppose. Mr. Jason says he must say more so than ever, especially today's day and age, people need to have 2FA. 2FA or MFA, yeah. You have a really good, but not guaranteed, feeling that affected person would not have been hacked if said person had 2FA. And you were glad that that I have 2FA. That is now a requirement for TCC high-level positions. But you were glad to leave your friend today, good sir. They came to you incredibly worried. I can imagine so. I can imagine so.
Don't look so glum, cuz. We can still chat. Potentate or not, come back and visit me. When you can. Don't look so glum, cuz. We can still chat. Potentate or not, come back and visit me. When you can.
This guy is cute. This is a cute little thing. I would like to have one of these in my space as like a... This would be one kind of figurine I would collect. I know, this dirty, crusty pot. Why do I think it's cute? It's the it's the voice. It's the mannerisms. I've never heard of cause used that way before, but it's endearing. I like him a lot. Mr. Jason says to that friend, you said, and you were glad that you have 2FA bestie, but that is now a requirement for TCC high-level positions. Right. You have every intention of returning your friend to their former position when they feel up to it. Of course, if and or when they feel up to it, and not a moment before. We gotta, like, exhaust a lot of dialogue with Jar Baron. I want you guys to get used to him.
Oh, hello again, cuz. I'm happy you came back. I have good tidings for you, cuz. Have you noticed the rare flowers growing in this village? I asked the villagers if you could pick some of them, and they said you'd be very welcome. Go on, cuz. You really should pick some of our flowers. Who knows? They might be of some use.
There are a bunch of non-respawning flowers here. They are a treasure trove of crafting ingredients. making repeated jogs over to Jarbairn is not, or to the Jarberg is not a bad idea. Mr. Jason says, when you say that we're a triangle, it is not something that you say lightly. Of course. Before you and your friend came into your life, our friend, excuse me, you were never that confident in friends. That's fair. I totally get that. It's it's hard to trust people, right? It's hard to find people you actually trust. And especially online, right? Like, there's that extra bit of, like, parasocial behavior that, quite frankly, should disarm a lot of adults, or disquiet them, excuse me. That is to say, you and I are like a screen and an ocean apart. We don't know each other apart from, what we've said to one another. We don't know each other's mannerisms. We don't know the people around each other. We don't. I could sit here and talk about it, but you have to take me at my word. If you're putting trust in me, you have to take me at my word, right? I'm doing the same thing. And that's not to say, I don't want to disparage anything that is being said. It is you have to be on guard in today's era, because people will take that parasocial behavior and will use it against you. Mr. Jason says, indeed, Mr. U.S. President of the TCC. I'm very used to people being manipulative little cheats. Or people that just, they want to use you for your position, and then when you're no longer useful to them, you're discarded like a piece of trash. To the bottom of the refuse pile to be burned in the pit later. You're going to be blunt now, good sir? Go right ahead, Mr. Jason.
Ah, hello again. Say, cuz, have you met Uncle Alexander? He used to live here with us, but then he left to be a champion. I asked to go with him, but he said, the path of champions must be trod alone. So heroic, right? I miss him, though. If you see him, you should ask him to teach you how to fight, cuz. He's big and tough and strong.
Mr. Tension says, yeah, that happened to you earlier. You definitely feel that, Mr. Coin. Yeah, I mostly just, I know from personal experience, and so I'm always wary of, I always look out to see what people are going to do. I try to see the best in people, but I really do, because, I try to see the best in them, not for their sake, but for my own. Because if I found the negative in everybody, I would drive myself insane. There's a pointed dagger around every corner waiting to slit my throat or something. That's an awful way to live. I try not to do that. I'm better at suppressing that on some days than I am others, but how do I word this? I try to look for the best in people, even though I am very aware of their worst. It stinks when you're proven correct, and that people are really as scummy as you thought they were to begin with. But you can't go through life never investing in anything, or the only thing you will have is a patch of dirt underneath your feet and whatever table scraps you can find, including whatever rats you have to kill to survive. Mr. Jason says you're going to be blunt now, good sir. If you weren't confident, there would be no way in hell that people would even get close to being your organization's U.S. president or president in general. Yes, sir, I'm very aware. I'm not pointing that at you. I'm how do I word this? I'm trying to point out that I have dealt with people who do who have done that to me. And so I look out for it. I also know other streamers who've talked about it. There's a reason content creators in general, the best ones, are very aware of the parasocial element of streaming. They either lean into it, which is what you see with a lot of VTubers, not every VTuber, but a lot of them, or you know, they're aware and they warn of those things a lot. I'm so sorry. I was gonna do a hiccup and then it became a snort. I'm really, really sorry about that. Mr. Jason says, in fact, you're actually more honored that you place your trust in that I place your trust in. I'm sorry. Let me read it as it's written. In fact, I'm actually more honored that you place your trust in me on multiple levels than I trust you, good sir. From what you know, or from what I know that you're similar to me, to where you wouldn't give what you have given me to just anyone. Right, of course. And then you go on to say, you know, and that was a generalization. Fair enough, good sir. Yeah, we're talking in a lot of generalities.
Uncle Alexander said he won't be back again. My home is of the past, and the past, as they say, is a different country. I suppose that's part of being a warrior, isn't it? So, please don't tell anyone, cuz. But I'm actually a warrior jar as well. One day, I'll be just like Uncle Alexander. Then I'll have to leave the village to become a champion. Uncle Alexander won't come back.
That should be the last thing he says. That he says for a little bit. Look at the little jar T-posing. Look at him. He's rocking his body back and forth. He's sitting on the ground. These things are cute when they're doing this. They're not so cute when they spin into me and punch me. I want one of these as like a figure or something. That would be... I would keep it on my shelf. I'd find something to do with it. Mr. Jason says, especially considering that you just randomly approached me that fateful day. Right. Yeah, some part of our meeting was kind of random. But I'm glad we've met, for what that's worth. I apologize for doing all that chatting and not a single lick of gameplay. That's not what anyone's here for, but... I'm bad at this type of thing. I've tried to get better at it over the years, and I am good at it sometimes. But if there's any bit of my schooling that has stuck with me, it is that humans are not really effective multitaskers, and we shouldn't try to be, right? We shouldn't try to be. We should be focused on our task at hand, because if we're doing like 2 or 3 tasks at once, you know, I promise you, you're not putting any care, or as much care as you could be, into the tasks you do decide to focus on. It ends up being a very half-hearted experience. Not very full-throated. I like to be a full-throated person. I like to commit to the things I'm doing. Sometimes I fall out of them, but that's a whole different matter. I at the very least like to commit to what I'm doing. I got a mind. I wish there were like a spirit spring in about this area, but that's okay. We can go back to the artist shack and drop down to get the item on that roof. Mr. Jason says, at least you personally, you would enjoy a 4-hour Mr. Coin just chatting stream. I would have to figure out how to make that work. Mr. Rasby and I did try a collab of that once, where we would chat about the nature of things. I wouldn't say it wasn't successful, but we were definitely not as prepared as we could be for that, number one. And number two, all of the conversations Mr. Rasby and I had those 2 times, or 1 to 2 times, they always became religious. he's very much not a religious person. I totally respect that. And I'm more of the agnostic kind of religious person anyway. And that is to say, I'm aware of what my text speaks. I know what the people say, but I determine my faith my own way. And I don't let other people tell me that. I read and come to my own conclusions. I'm wanting to be very careful because I can die doing this. There we go. If I do that on the way in, I won't need to, like, go and do that again. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, the third part of your truly sacred triangle also is 2FA. Nice. Nice. Mr. Tension says, you're right, Mr. Coin. Even though he was being mean, you were still being nice because that's who you are. Exactly. You don't let other people drag you down to their level. That's not good. Now, you can respond to what they're saying. You don't have to pretend and ignore what they're doing or saying. You know, just in spite of what they're doing or saying, you choose to be a better person. And perhaps you spite them by choosing to be a better person because you feel better being a better person, like exhibiting the better social cues and traits, and not this other person who is clearly very determined to be a wicked individual, to say and do wicked things. You try to look past that. If you can. Mr. Jason says, streamers do not like that, do not deserve their attention. Non-cheeky laugh for that one. I gotta be careful. Because Viral Torrent here can trample on these jars. That would be very bad. Just kind of like taking my time, making sure I'm not bumping into things. As long as you don't attack them, these jars, they won't attack you. You attack them, and well, I have attacked them once, you know, in like past play experience, so I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, the world tends not to look upon you very kindly if you do that. So don't do that. Don't attack them. Hello? Oh, I thought there was something up here. I guess not. Okay, so going this way. Trying to see if I can't see it. I can whip out the binoculars and show you, actually. Mr. Jason says, if this game was in 144p, those creatures would look jarring. Ha ha. Jarring, jars. Yeah. Okay. It's funny to me. Up there is the titular room piece I'm mentioning. Look at all these precarious jumps you gotta make. Look at them. The first couple are obvious. Like, they're easy, they're relatively okay jumps to make. It's this, like, vertically tilted, like, gravestone over here? How the hell do you jump on that? How do you jump on that? Or do you jump around it? I've tried this multiple times during a previous, like, run attempt. And this is a one-way jump, too. In case anyone was thinking they could chicken out. They can't. Mr. Jason says, you need Skyrim horse for that. Although Skyrim Horse would just leave the entire thing in one go. Too true. I'll demonstrate it, actually. I know I'm not going to get it first try, so I feel pretty confident in demonstrating why these are difficult jumps. See, these are fine. It's this here. It's this jump right here. Mr. Tension says, that's crazy. Yeah, that's a puzzle all on its own. Exactly. Gotta get like not a running start, but I do need... Oh my god. That felt really dicey. Ha! I'm having a tough time orienting here. I want even though I'm making these jumps right now, what I want to demonstrate here is that look at how much focus I have to have in order to make these jumps. Look at how much look at how quiet I have to be. There are multiple costs to making these jumps. Multiple costs. It's not worth it. And the only way to do this is to literally get on top of this other stone somehow. Yeah, exactly. This might as well be a boss battle, because I'm certainly not getting the 2k runes I spent back. In fact, just in case. Actually, I'm gonna use 2 of them, and I'm gonna convert these. Angie Philosopher says you have to jump onto the vertical one. I figured as much, but I certainly was gonna make an attempt not to. Where is it? Right here. There we go. Okay, but then in that case, right? Is it just a simple double jump? Let me try to, like... It's kind of gotta be like this. Yeah, there we go. And then we've got one last jump here. Alright. And you can still mess it up, I might add. Oh. Thank you for the GGs. Thank you for the GGs, everybody. I'm not sure I want it. See, here, I want everyone's honest assessment, at least as honest as they can make it. And here's the question for which that assessment is to be applied. In my previous routing, I skipped this rune piece. I skipped it. I do not think it is worth the amount of time taken in order to obtain it. It also completely changes the pathing of the split. Do folks think that my previous self was justified in skipping this rune piece? I personally still think I am justified skipping it for Deathless. There's just no way it's worth the effort. Mr. Tension says, you did it, Mr. Coin. I knew you could, sir. Thanks. Thanks. I feel good doing this, but we definitely should not be doing it in the future. Also, we gotta go back and, like, actually finish the Jarburg split. There's one other thing we need to do in Jarburg, and then we can probably think about, you know, riding through this way and going over here. Miss Angie Philosopher says it's absolutely not worth it, Vigo, for Deathless. Exactly. Mr. Jason says you were justified in skipping it for Deathless, but this time was good because you had the support of your wonderful audience. Too true, Mr. Jason. Thank you to everybody for being patient with that. But I'm definitely, when I go to, like, make or take notes on this part, I am still going to keep the clause of skipping that rune piece. Now, for those that are wondering why the heck am I not just proceeding past Jarberg, there's some, like, I think there's a rune piece back in that direction that we can get. If not, and there's no rune piece, okay, no big deal. You know, it doesn't cost us anything to go back in here and check.
Uncle Alexander won't come back here.
Gee, kid, it's because he's going to the festival. He wants to engage in combat, as Uncle Alexander puts it. Oh, no, I did come back here earlier. Okay. So, I guess, let me show you guys how it would normally go to the study hall. And then we could do what is probably one of my least favorite fights in the entirety of Elden Ring with additional constraints. And that, my fine friends, is Preceptor Miriam. Mr. Jason says, plus Mr. Coin, this area that you're doing, Jarberg, the same route in the actual real run would be too risky to go for. Exactly. I'm glad everyone is at least agreeing with my prior assessments. I do think it would be a cool case of showmanship if I get very good at getting that rune piece. If I could get it down pat without dying. But that would be fine. But doing modded Deathless runs is already kind of quite novel for the field that I'm in. I don't need to add to that by doing a super complicated jump that I get sometimes get 10 deaths on. I think that's too much. Mr. Tension says, okay, sounds like a serious name. Oh, Preceptor Miriam can F himself all the way off. I do not like that individual. The arena that you fight him in, pretty sure it's him. Could be either way. Could be either or. Is not helpful. They feel very cheap. Miriam is a really cheap fight. It feels like a cheap fight. Trust me, you guys will see what I mean when we, when we get there. Speaking of, let me update the split. Because I would have gone here regardless of whether or not you were getting that particular rune piece anyway. Mr. Jason says these bosses might be annoying, good sir, but hey, you're on the good side of a troll level creator. That's true. And can you point the America's finger of death at them? Is that something you? I'm jesting. I don't want anyone to do that, but it would be interesting if there were like a troll version of Elden Ring. I'd play it at least once. Technically, there is. It's called Elden Ring Ascension, based off of the other mods of the similar or same make, spanning all the way back to Dark Souls 1. The Ascension mods are kind of like are kind of very unfair. Angie Philosopher says Nightmare Seed is the good troll mod. Is that, when you say Nightmare Seed, that's like its own express different mod, right? Or is that like the highest difficulty setting in Reforged? Because I know Master is like really, really difficult. That is the name of the mod, yes. Okay. Glad that I have it. I'll have to look at it. I know it ain't Mushroom Kingdom, but if we ever get like well established in our run, we can definitely take a break and engage in some anti-therapy, Mr. Jason. I bet that will be amusing to at least sit through the first couple of episodes. Angie Philosopher says no, it's its own mod from the Ignite Discord. Okay, got it. Understood. Mr. Jason says you can't believe that it's only been 7 months. Yeah, I know. You came in... What? Maybe... I'm thinking of what part in the Tears of the Kingdom Let's Play you showed up in. It's not that I don't know the date. It's that I'm trying to remember the moment. That would have been what? During like the first initial portions? Mr. Jason came in. Mr. Jason said, "Can I has mod please?" in a more formal way. And then something greater blossomed, good sir. Something, in fact, did blossom that day, good sir. It must have been before it was before Tulin. I'm trying to remember if it was day 1 or like within a week of Tears of the Kingdom. For those that are wondering what I'm doing, by the way, there are a couple of precarious rune pieces that we're getting. This one here in particular is not as bad as the one, you know, between this place and Jarburg, but it is kind of rough to get. Sir Jason says, after you helped Tulin, the game became a breeze. I bet. Okay, focus time. Gotta make these jumps. It's jump number 1. That's jump number 2. Okay. That's usually not too difficult for me. It's just more of if I have died making those particular jumps before. So I always have to kind of like lock in when I'm doing them. Let's see, let's pass the time. Mr. Jason says, genuinely, Tulin is amazing as long as you don't activate him and all of your items are blown over the edge. Yeah, it's very much a case of sometimes the correct answer is not to use the champion power. Sometimes. O celestial globe, transmit to posterity the wisdom of the moon and stars, and obscure forever the transgressions of the princess. Sir Jason says you love the champions. I generally like the champions. I like the previous champions more than I like the Tears of the Kingdom ones, but that's just me. Okay. So this thing is gonna be pure hell. Absolute hell. Mr. Jason says, but once Mr. Jason got good enough to successfully bully Gleox, Mr. Champions just let the champions... Mr. Jason let the champions just rest. Fair. Fair. You didn't need them. So welcome to the Carrion Royal Study. Miriam Preceptor is sitting all nice and pretty, waiting to teleport down. There's 1 or 2 things we can do in here. These here are the small hands that have way too many fingers. Let's get a nice close-up of them. These are called finger creepers. Small finger creepers. They do all kinds of leaping attacks. They're not as bad as their larger brethren, but they can still they can still overwhelm in swarms of like 4. So you want to watch out. But these things are really weak to fire. He says when they're suspended upside down, they don't do the funny thing of like burning a whole bunch. But if you hit a finger creeper on the ground, I'm sorry. Oh no, that's right. These things spawn independently. And then we just pop one little fireball and it just falls right down. Hilarious. Angie Philosopher says, if they're called creepers, why do they not explode? Good question. They do have a death by fire animation, though. That's the closest we can get to them, like, exploding. But you're right, they're not. They're also not green, either. If someone wanted to be really trollish, they could probably just put the somber scarab explosion on top of the finger creeper, or like find a way to give it that ability, and when it dies you literally have it do the somber scarab explosion. That would be hilarious the first couple of times. After that it would get unfun real fast, especially if that were mapped onto all finger creepers in the game. Now I'm gonna go ahead and whip up the focus overlay, because once stuff spawns in this time, Miriam is going to be right on top of us, and we're about to have a lot less fun. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason is really hoping that the Nintendo Super Mario Galaxy movie hatching a Yoshi interactive toy egg is not super tiny. Well, what would you do if it were? Would you say it shouldn't have been 60 pounds? Maybe, perhaps. Let's fortify ourselves. And then I'll see you guys on the other side. That's good. I'm glad it looks big at least. Ah, yes. Look at our filthy cheater over there. I love that for us. Well, 2 can play at that game, Miriam. Two can absolutely play at this game. A battle of the filthy cheaters. Except my cheating is a bit better than theirs is. Not that I really expect someone in Miriam's position to fight fair, but like... I would do this in their shoes too, but it's still unfun. Okay, good. They've teleported. You see that right there? They teleported mid-shot. The filthy cheater. Stop teleporting. Oh, it feels so close. Gotcha. Fine, you want to play cheap, Miriam? I can do that too. Even more than just the frenzied madness thing. It'd be better if I weren't cheating though. Like that, or well, that is the reason why the cheating is happening. Nope. As long as that's happening, absolutely not. Damn sorcerer. I almost died. Thank you for the GG. Very annoying. Very annoying. I guess before continuing, I better figure out where we're going, huh? Maybe this is a good time to, like... Yeah, so I guess the next one would be the... Well, actually, there's an encampment here that we should probably do first. I forget its name, though. That's the problem. Yucky. So I guess before I type any new splits, we better finish this one, huh? Thank you for the GGs. I apologize for all of that lack of talking. I truly do. But I'm hoping that people get me a little bit more when I say the fight is definitely 100% less fun. Because I have spells, so I can kind of play, you know, outplay Miriam at their own game. Imagine being a melee build, right? Imagine all you have on you are 2 daggers and some armor. Getting in close for some purchase with Miriam while not getting hit by I guess, glintstone dart or something really cute is problematic. Even if I were playing this normally, right, and I weren't restricting myself to fire spells or as many fire offensive spells that deal fire damage as as humanly possible. Oh, did I miss a message, Mr. Jason? Hang on, let me find it. It looks big. Mr. Jason says there is a listing on eBay titled Vintage Super Mario Kart 5-inch Pullback Yoshi Plush Soft Toy. You feel for that Yoshi. It looks high. I'm glad I looked at my screen just now. And people are like, what the heck are you doing up here on the scaffolds? Rune pieces, my fine friends. There's a rune piece up here and an item, and I want the rune piece. Like I said, we definitely do not skip early rune pieces if we can at all help it. This is considered an early rune piece. Let's try that again with 100% less screw-ups. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry. Did that rat... I guess the rat did just fall in the chandelier and survive, huh? Alright. As soon as we get the item, we can be done in this room. Mr. Jason says he looks like he's high, or he's seen some real four-letter Uh-huh. Yeah, he do be having them stony eyes, huh? He do be looking like he's seen some stuff. Okay, let's climb up here. These poor souls. I feel like that rat is going, nana nana boo boo, you can't get me from up there. To which I might reply, sure I can. I just didn't want to at first. Mr. Jason says maybe he just saw Mr. Coin stream for the first time and thought the same thing that Mr. Jason thought. How have I not known of this wonderful streamer earlier? I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. I really do. Perhaps he was wigging out over that. Sure. I don't know. I liked mine. I liked my proposal a little bit better. Okay. So we'll go back to the tableland and we'll figure out the name of the encampment at least. I guess we've got about... No, I gotta get administrative stuff today. I thought about going an extra 10 minutes to make up for the lateness today, but I don't have that type of time. I gotta get stuff finished in time for Saturday. Plus, I've got video editing and other stuff I gotta do. But I promise the rough week is not usually that's not usually a common occurrence here on the channel or on any of the channels. What? Usually I'm booted off my horse. Okay. game is being weird. Ow, I got hit there. Mr. Jason says, why? What's happening on Saturday? A Mr. Coin 24-hour stream confirmed. No. I've thought about that, but no. I really don't have the fortitude to do that. That is a funny thought, though. Oh, my goodness. I've aerated the office today, so me sweating hasn't been quite as bad, but if I don't keep my office door open, then the heat really builds up in here. Like, I walked in this morning and could not sit down to do anything. Mr. Jason says, fair, good sir, but who needs fortitude when you have access to coffee? Ah, hot bean juice, Java juice. Java juice chocolate shake, something like that. Yeah, I'm not getting the name of the encampment, which is weird. I guess that can be the next split, I suppose. I do hear footsteps. Mr. Jason says, coffee and coffee. The two things that keep Mr. Coin grounded. Fair enough. Yeah, I suppose that is true. Hello. Yes, how would you like to, join me in the roasting mosh pit, Mr. Guilty? Oh, nice. A new spell that I probably won't make that much use of. Ow, ow, that hurts a lot. And getting backed up into the wall is not a great place to be in encounters like this. There, better. The Tableland encampment. Okay. I'm gonna pause that while I write the split down. Mr. Jason says, your character is just going around insulting these enemies, good sir. You've given them a good roasting. Thank you. Some very sick burns here. Thank you. Mostly to just not wear out some other noises that I'm using. Okay, let's open up the splits. Let's make a new one. I am now ahead of my scout file, which can kind of be a problem, so I am going to remedy that tonight, but along with the 50 other things I have to do. I hope everyone's enjoyed the gameplay today, and the commentary. You know, it's not every day that we get to revel in something like getting a rune piece that we would normally skip, right? We would normally just like ignore that. That felt really good to do, even if moving forward I would probably never do it. I think let's end us off in a particularly good location. I think I don't have to be out the door right at 5. So I've got a split second or a few moments to tie things up a little bit nicer. Okay, let me get out of range. Okay, yep. I'm sort of hoping this flame chariot will, like, torch everyone, but I don't know if that's happening necessarily. It does. Nice. I'll be able to reply to that in a moment. There we go. I've had to deal with 2 or 3 of these at once. The flame chariots, usually an auto death when that happens. They're not particularly very fun to fight. Usually it's just I have to like exit out of the area and not pull 2 or 3 flame chariots at a time. Mr. Jason says, with this year being the 40th anniversary of The Legend of Zelda, you, similar to most fans of the series, are looking forward to those HD 2D remakes of the 3 Philips CDI games? Wait, you're serious? These aren't jokes. They're actually remaking those. Why? Okay, I know why. It's because they're creatively bankrupt, but I was hoping for like a satisfying reason to that. Welcome to what I would probably say is one of my favorite places in Liurnia, that being the Church of Vows. There's lots of cool stuff here. Like, lots of cool stuff here. I think there's even a spirit hawk around here somewhere. Of course not. You capped. Yeah, right. The sarcasm.
You're tarnished, aren't you? I welcome you to the Church of Vows. I am Miriel, steward of this sacred chamber. My apologies for the unseemly state of affairs. Do you know the origin of this place? How it came to be known as the Church of Vows?
Nope.
Well, that is a shame. But who can blame you? The shattering has caused us, all of us, to lose sight of something very dear. It is here, at the Church of Vows, that the great houses of the Erd Tree and the Moon were joined by the matrimonial bond between red-haired Radagon and Renala of the Full Moon. And so our church holds in view the monuments of both houses, the Erd Tree of the capital and the Academy of Rea Lucaria. Oh, was there something you needed? You are free to show yourself around. I would serve as your guide, only my legs aren't what they used to be. If you find anything of use, you are free to take it with you. Unless, perhaps, you are in search of instruction, in which case I will share all that I know.
Yay for Turtle Friend. Muriel is a fun guy to talk to. He does also sell you stuff. You can give him both sorcery books or sorcery scrolls and incantation books. You can give everything to him if you want. I don't recommend it, but you do get the mitre on his head if you do that. Oh yeah, here's our little turtle friend. Mr. Jason says, if there are mushroom creatures, they would also be fun guys to talk with. Too true. The thing I'm interested in here is Blessing's Boon. This is what this spell is part of why I do boost my faith to a high level. You know, back before it was determined that the faith catalysts were in fact better, I would often at least get 28 faith just for this. Blessing's Boon is really good. It helps your summons, it helps yourself. There's lots to like about it. It'll definitely be worth it for us to go after the faith benchmark next. Ooh, I can give scrolls. Do I want... Here's a question I don't know the answer to. And what I'll look into. But my question is, if you can give the scrolls to Muriel for the mitre, right? Are there other characters that require prayer books or scrolls given to them? Because if not, that would be a very good reason to hold on to them, if nothing else. I'll look into that and come back with some answers, but that is a question I'm thinking of. I guess I'll give you the Dragon Cult prayer book. Sure. Mr. Jason says you're going to head off now, good sir. Very well, Mr. Jason. Thank you so much for stopping by. Your company has been great, as always. Do rest well, and stay safe out there, my lovely senator. I hope to see you sooner rather than later. But if not, you know, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. With that, we're going to quickly wrap up here and then end stream for the day.
Oh, what have we here? Very well, let us both learn together. Heresy is not native to the world. It is but a contrivance. All things can be conjoined. You wish to know more of Lord Radagon? Lord Radagon was a great champion, possessed of flowing red locks. He came to these lands at the head of a great golden host. When he met Lady Renala in battle, he soon repented his territorial aggressions there, and became husband to the Carian queen. However, when Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was hounded from the lands between, Radagon left Renala to return to the Erdtree capital, becoming Queen Marika's second husband and king consort, taking the title of Second Elden Lord. The mystery endures to this day as to why Lord Radagon would cast Lady Renala aside, and moreover, why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord.
Angie Philosopher says there's nothing stopping you from giving everything to the Turtle Pope. Okay. I'll definitely do some more research to bolster, or at least I hope that it'll bolster that point of view. But if so, that's fantastic. I don't know how I'm going to, because technically getting the mitre would be like part of all content, I think. I don't know. I'm in this weird place where I'm still trying to define what it is. I will know what all content kind of looks like with this run when we get Frenzied Burst, because that's going to determine whether or not the archery challenges are viable for us to do without breaking the spirit of them. So if I can do that, I'll feel a lot better about about coming here to turn in the books.
You wish to know more of Lady Renala. She is queen, head of of the Academy of Rea Lucaria, the great and beautiful full moon witch. Sadly, her heart was broken when Lord Radigan left her. And then, when the Academy rebelled against the royals, she was locked away in the Grand Library.
And yeah, if we wanted to, this would be this would sort of be how we start the lightning run if we were ever to do that. Mr. Tension says, Mr. Coin, before you get off, how do you feel about the war taking place? Do you think Trump made the right move? I think it's hard to say. I want to be very careful about that. Not because I don't have my own opinion or anything, but when it comes to the war, this isn't like the Russian-Ukraine war, right? Where propaganda's kind of limited. And Ukraine and Russia only do it sometimes. We have people that are very willing to use proxies to put out all kinds of false statements. There are people making AI-generated videos and memes. There's information everywhere, and you have to sift through the garbage. I also want to be secondarily careful about moralizing to Iranian people who were waiting for a moment to try to take their country back from the Ayatollah. I don't think it's right that we tell the Iranian people that we know better than them, and for those that are looking to take back their government from the Ayatollah, I want their self-determination to be successful. I want that. I want the Iranian people to succeed and to do well. And if they do manage to take their country from the Ayatollah and they can, begin working on their own prosperity, that would be great. Then I'll feel all this trade and goodwill will have been worth it. But for right now, none of the objectives that we have set out to do, as the U.S., have really panned out apart from making oil more expensive, number one. And number two, possibly getting all the other countries of the world to treat us as war criminals. We already went from being reliable to untrustworthy. Like the second that this administration changed hands and we have the people that we have now, yeah, we became untrustworthy. We keep electing people that go back on their word. So when we keep pogoing back and forth between different political perspectives every 4 years, yeah, we're not reliable. Now, though, I feel we have we're at the warmongering stage. If we weren't there already, I'm personally of the belief set that we were already there to begin with. It's just that we had our blades pointed more often than not at the right people, or we at least had an outlined reason for why we were being aggressive, and it wasn't always oil. Now this does feel like imperialism all over again. And we have other world events to base this pattern off of. Look at what happened with Greenland. Look at what happened with Venezuela. What did Trump come out and say? Not but within an hour of the, an hour after the capture when he was in the presser. Oh, this is about oil. We're going to take back the oil we should have rightfully lost, which no matter what you think of the history between the United States and Venezuela and the fact that Venezuela was nationalizing its oil, no matter what you think of that, there are still some things you do not say in public theater. That is one of them. Trump is the bull in the china shop, is what I would say. He's telling you the bold-faced, we were all thinking it, but it's nice to have some confirmation that our government is really this bloodthirsty. It's nice to get confirmation of that. We can finally stop gaslighting ourselves. Mr. Tension says, I wish everyone can get along, Mr. Coin. You dislike war. We need peace. I agree. I'm right there with you. Here's what I'll say. I want something good to come of all this destruction. I do. I want the Iranian people to have the self-determination that they have spent 47 years, some part of it on us and some part of it on, you know, bad actors in their country. I want the Iranian people to come out stronger than they were before. I want them to come out better. I want the world to not have bad actors in it. And if that includes us, so be it. But this war, this particular war effort, special military operation, whatever you want to call it, it does not seem particularly justified right now. We have all kinds of counter propaganda. There's just no way to know where heads are spinning. The only thing we know is they were mid-negotiation. Iran said, we have enough material to build nukes. And as soon as they said those words, there should have been no doubt that the next thing that was going to happen was the blasting was going to begin, because that is the final signal before they had nukes. One other thing I want to say is I think this was coming a long time. You have people chanting death to two different countries. Whether rightfully so or not is not really the point. I don't think the Iranians are necessarily unjustified in that. But what I would say is, when they tell you that the first thing they're going to do is get nukes and then wipe a country off the face of the map, that should be a signal that we definitely should not let these people have a weapon. Because they're ideologically deranged extremists, would in fact blow up parts of the world and reduce things to like uranium, rubble, and glass. It's very complicated. I think it's easy to, you know, believe, like, you're expected to believe the propaganda. You're expected to believe what your team is saying, and if you're not, you're not a patriot, you're a traitor, blah, blah, blah. But history is more complicated than that. History is usually always more complicated than that. And to anyone that had an opinion within the first 5 seconds of ballistics firing out, did not do their homework on the history of these wars. Only they reacted with their emotions. That's what a lot of the propaganda out there is attempting to manipulate. They are trying to get you to be in your primal brain where you do not think about anything. You do not do any homework. You do not do any research. Your heart is closed. The propaganda has won. You have picked your side. I encourage anyone and everyone to read the history before you come to an opinion. And I know stuff is happening. It's easier said than done. People are dying. School children are dying left and right. Everyone's trying to assign blame. There's all this stuff happening concurrently. But if the world is wicked, as Roger would put it, if the world is wicked and you want to restore it, or if you want to make this world to rights, you want to restore it, you better understand what happened to make it the way it is. If people want to have a justifiable end to this war, that doesn't just leave, you know, one side picking up the pieces, or the same thing happens again in 2 decades from now when people have forgotten again. Then we better bloody understand all the history, not just the war, not just the year before it, not just the 5 years before that, but, you know, people had better understand the origin story, because that determines a lot of the motivations for why people are saying and doing things, in my mind. If that makes me a war apologist, fine, I guess. But I'm not actively trying to be a war apologist. I'm trying to say that it's really hard to have an opinion on this type of thing, because people because there is mis and malinformation out there. There's propaganda in all the information, and if you take that information in, it's a poison pill. You might get an answer. It might be the one you want to hear, but the answer you're hearing is laced with propaganda. Mr. Tension says, yeah, Mr. Coin, you're right. I think if my sibling were in the same room, I definitely would have already been chastised for that sort of thing. Like, no matter what, we have to answer for the deaths of any children that were blown up in this scuffle, no matter who is actually responsible for the war or how things turned out this way. There were other war crimes committed that cannot go, for which the justice cannot go unmeted. Mr. Tension says, Mr. Coin, I thought we were done over there in Iraq last time. So we thought, but we're here again. Bush dragged the U.S. there the first time. Then we had, I'm trying to remember. We had another president drag us into war again over there the second time, and now we have a third one. Oh yeah, I think they were both Bushes and now Trump. Yeah. Talk about no new wars, everybody. Said no one ever. Sorry. I hope I answered your question, Mr. Tension. And I hope I answered it in a way that was considered less alienating to you. This topic is a very alienating one, because it's hard not to go look at all the human suffering. Who's blowing people up right now? They're the bad guy. It's really hard to not be emotional about this. Some place where my emotions flood in, no matter what's being discussed, is the Forbidden Files, but that's a whole separate thing, and I don't want to get into that, or I will be sitting here a whole hour and not closing stream for the day. You're very welcome, Mr. Tension. Anytime. Well, now that I have successfully colored everyone's opinion of me, why don't we end the stream for today? My name is Coin, of course, and this has been another session of Elden Ring. Reforged, Deathless, all content, fire spells only, routing. So not a real run yet, but we're trying to plot out the real run. But if you guys like my content, or me as a person, you guys know the algorithmic things to do. You know where my hallowed halls are, which would be in my link tree. For you guys on Kick, you can find that through my YouTube link as of right now. I'm hoping that they will. I'm hoping they will modify or, permit Linktree links in the profile at some point. But I'm sure the commands for that have been going around to access the Linktree, among other things. I'd love to have you in my Discord and eventually my Stoke chat when I get it finished. But you guys have been awesome, as always. Do stay safe. Do take care of yourselves. You're welcome amidst my hallowed halls anytime. For you guys on YouTube, it'll be at the bottom of the description if you're not amongst them already. I'd love to have you. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be back at this tomorrow. I'll have those announcements done by then. And with that, goodbye.